There we go. Alright, both are up. We are a few minutes late today. Somebody got distracted and wasn't watching the time. I mean, we could always just start exactly on time, you know, and skip the countdown. Let's do that. There we go. There we go. Hey, how you doing, everyone? Welcome back. We're back on Fulgora. That's right. I'm just trying to collect my thoughts. So, yeah, last time got the precious electromagnetic science pack. There's a long pause there. Electromagnetic science pack. And if you didn't see on the Discord, I just saw the preview go die and come back again. That's fine. I think the issues have resolved themselves. Yeah, on the Discord, I was talking about what it would take to entirely power Fulgora off lightning. And as it turns out, it is actually quite easy to do. Because each one of these is 150 megawatts generator at 100% efficiency when it's legendary. Where's a lesser one? Yeah. So yeah. Each tier in gigajoules, so every time it's struck with lightning, it sets the energy to 1 gigajoule, and the drain rate is 150 megawatts, or 150 megajoules per second. The end result of that is you don't actually need that many collectors. So I actually built this thing, it was made up of epic accumulators. I'm currently upgrading it to legendary. And you know, this is started out as... Nope. Apparently we just had a bit of a connection interruption again. This is a... Oh, yeah. It's lightning strike. I was wondering what happened as lightning striking again. What is... Hang on. Don't think collectors the issues? No. If I actually click on this, you can see it's already back into the 7 terawatts. Not just... No, that is 7,000 gigawatts. Collection is not an issue. It is storage that's the issue. See, I have 317 gigajoules. That's actually what I was leaning into. Is 150 of these is the maximum coverage, and I think the storm's almost over. What you'll notice is that every strike that happens tends to hit the same collector multiple times a second. Yeah, there it goes. So it seems, even if you don't have one collector per chunk, one collector that covers a chunk will seem to pull in the strike from that chunk. Which makes sense, because for every chunk that this thing's covering, it's just going to hit the nearest collector. Oh, there that goes again. I keep seeing the connection issue on Twitch. Like it's saying no bitrate. Hey, Bonus Can, how you doing? Like, it is having some serious issues right now. I don't know what's going on. We'll see how it goes. Like, it's back again. I'll need to be... If anyone's on Twitch, I need to be kept informed if it is actually interrupting or if it's my end. Because my dashboard tends to be a bit inadequate for showing that. But yeah, so... This is a field of epic and legendary accumulators. This small field here that barely fills a screen. Coverage. Press F for YouTube. Apparently everything's having a bad day right now. Okay. Yeah, and there goes Twitch again. Quite sure what's going on. It's the lightning. Apparently it just went again. Alright, let's try something. Alright, let's see what this does. It should be back now. I can see the YouTube preview's back and the Twitch is still spinning. Let me refresh this. Okay. Yeah, minimum coverage gives you terawatts of potential energy is the point. So for what I have right now, I calculate out to be just over 1 terajoule of energy. So collectively, I only have like a third of what's needed. Oh, it's dropped out again. Yeah, this is only a third of what's needed, so I need to copy that, paste, and then paste again just to cover that. This build here. That's how ridiculous it is. I'm definitely going to have to upload a recording of this one, I think. I haven't even started uploading these. I'm way behind on it. It's on the to-do list. It's on the... things keep coming up, unfortunately. But yeah, so the problem with powering Fulgora is purely storage. Apparently, lightning strikes are actually also pretty good for UPS. Like, it's on par with solar. It just... like, the strike calculations are actually basically nothing. And apparently, so the reason why I was investigating this, the reason why this came up was apparently fusion is not great for UPS. Like, something like this is pretty awful. I'm not entirely sure why, because it's so simple. And the fluid system, like, doesn't really... I didn't think it really factored in that much. So I don't quite understand it. But apparently that's the case, is, you know, fusion is... I mean, low input fluid. Oh, you don't actually have enough fluoro juice. That might be why it's running short on power. I mean, this build is basically me splitting a much bigger build in half. The extra foundation cost worth it? I think for ultimate endgame, you could probably go this path. Ultimately, for most people, I don't see any reason not to use fusion. That's my conclusion. Because this here is how much fusion? Yeah, 116,000 foundation right here, which is not as an insignificant amount of foundation. I mean, it's not the worst, but it is still a lot of foundation. Like, this poor platform has been really struggling to supply it for some time now when I was doing this experiment. Ooh, something got done. Ah, excellent. Yeah, let's do one of them. I'm trying to get the mining productivity up as well. But anyway, moving on from that, let's get over to... technically your second West Dude there. But it's but I see what you're up to. Nuggy out.
New phone, who this?
New phone, who dis? It appears to be Nuggy out. How you doing? Thank you for that Prime for 29 months. How you doing? How you been? Alright, our pockets are empty. That means we can climb aboard the rocket ship. Over to Derpus. The platform that's still a thing. Astonishingly. Just a bit of a side note, I got rid of the actual, it's Veldak, it's Twitch Veldak, thank you for that. Yeah, just while I think of it, the final thing that I did, was delete the old science from here. It's all gone. And then I converted this into, its accumulator production into more accumulator production. It's quality time over on YouTube, Veldak. Your mate been a minute? It has, hasn't it? I'm still on the fence of uncommon Nauvis science. There's a few things about it that make me hesitant. Alrighty. To Nauvis we go. I can see... I mean, I was on the fence with uncommon Gleber science, but I can see the benefit of it now that I've seen it done, and also, I mean, I still have my reservations because it is possible to trap yourself, but it did seem more achievable than I initially thought. So I would look at Gleber science just as a bit of a tangent. Nauvis science, I think the stone would be a potential problem. If anything, first just in everyone's heart. Just by this purely specific metric that I use, then I'm first. Ah, so that's how you do it. You just move the goalpost until you're first. It's the winning strategy, isn't it? And I don't mean that sarcastically, because people do that all the time. Now, I had... Ah, yes. Excellent. Just before starting, I set up this thing. I needed to drain the... the storage here was getting a bit... Yeah, it's 147,000 red circuits are in the network. 18 million Prometheum science. Full credit. Full credit. This thing has just been chugging away like a champ. Like, this thing has not had a single issue. It's just been happily taking Biter eggs, taking GPUs, and dropping off Prometheum science. Just happily in the background. It's been amazing. Which does actually remind me, before I forget, I did actually build a... You might have seen this a little while ago. I built a second one, and I had a very specific plan in mind for this one. And so what I've done to execute this plan is to add more railguns along the top, replacing the Prometheum collectors. I'm not really going to put a huge amount of effort into it. I've also rearranged the railgun ammo production a little bit. And so what this platform is going to do is it's going to go to the Shattered Planet. I'm just going to change that to circuit condition so it won't turn around. In fact, I'm going to get rid of those. And I'm just going to tell it to go to the Shattered Planet. And I'm kind of curious to see, because the Go-Go Mobile has been performing so well, I kind of want to see how far I can get to the Shattered Planet.
G-O-G-G-O.
I couldn't help it. So yeah, so I think, what is it, 3 million? No, 4 million. It's 4 million to the Shattered Planet, plus 100 and something thousand, you know, to hop from Nauvis to Gleba to Aquilo, the 15, the 30, and the 100,000 that it is, and then the 4 million there. And I think by the time we finish today, it should be most of the way there, if I calculate it right. I think it was 140 minutes to travel from the edge to the Shattered Planet. So we'll check back on this thing. I'm just going to pin it there. We'll check back in when it's past like the first million. Maybe throttle it down or something. I don't know. Prometheum ship using piercing ammo or no? It doesn't use any bullet ammo. It only uses railgun ammo and rocket ammo. It uses lasers for everything else. Which I think is part of the credit for why this thing's been so successful, was me dropping ammo was definitely a good idea. Is this thing actually... No, its clocks haven't... Oh no, this clock won't start until it's... Well, technically it can't start. Explosive damage at? Quite a bit. 19. Laser damage is quite high as well. I made an effort to push laser damage up quite high, so I could get the most out of it. So like, this thing does definitely depend on damage upgrades. Railgun, rocket, and laser, for sure. The lasers down the side can actually destroy huge asteroids as it goes past, with enough time. Like, if a huge asteroid makes it past the side railgun, and all of these lasers fire at it, by the time it gets to about here, it should be destroyed. Yeah, we're going to check back in when that gets to the first million kilometers and see how we do. You, sir, are a little light on the old thingies and stuff. You know, the thingies and stuff that I mean. Just going to get rid of those groups. I don't really need them anymore. So, I haven't actually shown this. So, moving to the topic of today, we want to get this automation, logistic, chemical, yellow and purple science, or utility science and purple science, all linked up, and eventually military. Apparently I already have a military build working. I did rearrange these so they're all level with each other now, and they're somewhat grouped by their destination. I actually also tweaked this so it makes its own circuits. These two only need deliveries of molten iron and molten copper to make them work. I forget where the level where it only takes 2 explosive rockets per big rock, somewhere in the high 20s. Sounds about right. I think it's like 26, I want to say. That's a number I remember from last year, but I don't quite remember exactly. So the thing on the docket for today is, so we need, well, these two are basically done. So I need those things and those things for chemical. I need all of those for utility, and then I need stone smelting for purple. So let us wander over here. Let's copy some homework from over here, because that's the best way to oh, that's not what I want. I'll take it from the final design. That would make a lot more sense. You know, the best way to design something is to copy someone else's homework. There. So that thing's going to be full beaconed. And then if I come down to here, apparently I need 152-ish, giving 33.4 belts worth of stone. You know, 480,000. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to even build it here. It's so ridiculous. And this is the total, 115,200. 8 stacked turbo belts. Because, you know, we can't let traditions die. Oh, that reminds me. Just a bit of a side note. If I was to take the old base in straight 2.0 with quality, this is what happens. Just with 8 beacons, by the way. So you go down to 3 automation science packs, 4 green science packs. Where is it? 4 purple. You can see blue is still paying at 6, 7 science packs. Single rocket silo. I mean, that's not actually true. You need at least 4 silos, I think. No, yeah, 4 you could probably do. It'd be safer where, yeah, with the modern launching, you could do it with 4 quite comfortably, but I would do like 6 or 8 just for symmetry's sake. What was the other highlight? Ah, yeah. 2 oil refineries. That's how crazy Legendary is that it's reduced that entire base down to basically nothing. Like, that base where half of it is smelting, you know, it's 6 furnaces. Steel is still a lot. You can see by the lack of the space age foundries and EM plants, you still need a lot of furnaces. The foundries, it really highlights that foundries really do a lot of the heavy lifting for simplifying bases in space age. That and the cryo plants, actually. I mean, yeah, kinda, with the chemical plant only needing 3 or 4 of them. 9, 10 of those. Again, foundry does a lot of heavy lifting. It's just really interesting to see. Where are we at there? But this is the one that we're interested in. I need 152 of these. And in fact, I'm not actually sure what... So yeah, think about that. How many fill a belt? There's going to be something like this. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I could conceivably see a world where train unloads into a single, you know, 1 wagon per furnace. It's only 13 for the big rocks. I don't remember what it is for huge. I might be thinking of using explosives on huge ones for 26. Numbers like that are basically just upgrading the quality of your starter base as opposed to building a new base. Pretty much, yeah. Like, those numbers turn a mega base back into a starter base. And it kind of makes sense, because like Colonel Will was doing, with his starter base, was doing over 1 million science a minute. But his one was doing, full belts of every science pack, which was far bigger than this one. I mean, this one can quite comfortably do, when it feels like it can do 100,000. It's somewhat limited by purple and yellow. What are you lacking in? Ah, Gleber. I assume yeah, they're mostly spoiled, that's why. Yeah, I haven't used, it's just got to juice up the Gleber science, that's why. How is this thing doing? Oh yeah, I don't know if I showed upgrading this, but it's upgraded now. That means it must have been sitting around for a fair while for it to be... Yeah. Oh, that's got to make a lot of mold in a few minutes' time. Now, obvious question. Oh, good. They are set to spoil priority. It's quite fun to watch, because you see it, the spoil, you know, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48. It should slowly increase. It should. Game, you're embarrassing me. It's your spoil timer is supposed to be going up. I mean, it's sort of holding steady at the minute. 45, 45, 47, 40... There you go, game. 50, 51, 52, 53, 52, 53, 54... 4 minutes, 4 minutes 27. There you go, got a nice injection. My railgun damage needed? Mostly just to burn science, really. I don't really need... So, I don't remember what the maximum damage is. I know the shooting speed does actually matter. I mean, I might as well just drop it and do more of that at this point. Mandated to use rockets for big and huge, so that it doesn't provide the clarity you think it does. I just remember someone last year was talking about using rockets instead of railguns entirely. And they were talking about a high, you know, like high 20s of rocket damage to start taking out huge asteroids. That's where I'm remembering that number from. It's something I don't really see the value of, and in fact, yeah, because you're in Prometheum space now. The value I see in a railgun is that it, like, I would have a railgun freely shoot at, and I think there is actually a railgun that does that. Yeah, that one. Freely shoot at the big ones. So it's, you know, prioritizing the huge ones, but also just generally blowing through, because it's going to destroy everything in a line. So you need less rockets. I think that was another thing that I'd seen as well, is using railguns entirely instead of rockets. The problem is, though, is that for Prometheum collection, you need collectors, and railguns take up the precious space that could be used for collectors. Obvious solution is artillery, naturally. Now, the obvious optimization of this is to, you know, bring it right in like that. And of course, scooch these over a tile, such that they don't beacon align. You know, now you have a much tighter full beacon package. Just summon the spiders as well. Doop, doop, and doop. 7. Oh, I'm off by 1. 1 off as always. Do you not have furnaces? No. Well, now you do. I like to send them round the that little robo network, just in case they dump stuff in there. Yeah, it's like one furnace per unload, train unload. And whether or not that goes... Well, this is half a train unload because it's a 416.4. 416, yeah. I just saw the 2468 there and I was confused there for a moment, but no, it is actually 416. Does Buddha need Fern? It does. It needs noms. It desperately needs speed 3s. I was half debating going back to Vulcanus, but like realistically, I need to get this done. I've been procrastinating on this for far too long. There we go. It appears to be lacking in productivity modules now. Oh, there it goes. Just wondering there for a moment. Yeah, so 12 beacon. I'm just not sure if one furnace can handle one wagon. And the thing is that that's only 8, and I need, what was it, 152 of them. I need a whole lot more. Case in point, I need 32 belts, actually. Yeah, 33 belts. How much does go to the wall? Okay, 13 and 20 go to wall. So only 13 goes there. So it's not actually that crazy. Maybe I could double up on furnaces. Let me do some thinking. That's not what I wanted to do. The 152 divided by 16 is 9.5. So 10 unload. 10 16-way furnaces. Okay, it's all happening. Okay. You expect to have a moment's peace on a Friday afternoon, but it's when Friday afternoon is apparently when everyone wakes up and desperately tries to tick all the boxes before the weekend. Where was I going with this? So yeah, unload a train into one wagon into each of these. And that can be... I'm just thinking, I think it needs... Uh-oh, what's that sound? You're already out of... Something's wrong with you. Why aren't you Oh. That might explain a lot. So that's the thing with the Go-Go Mobile, is that it does actually have alarms for both low rockets and low railgun. And on this one, they basically have just never gone off. Like, yeah, so like that's one, and there's the other. Oh no, not that one. That one. Yeah. Now you get to hear the cacophony of both. Yeah, it's just interesting that I mean, I'm expecting that to happen at some point on this thing. Just don't know when. I'm also expecting, yeah, see, yeah, just chipping away. It's slightly out of range, that one. Sometimes a huge asteroid gets around the one on the angle. And what happens is, because this is such a long ship, is that stuff coming behind tends to come in at a very low angle and hit the back. It's the big downside to a long ship, is you get sideswiped from the back. A wide ship doesn't have that. A wide, shallow ship doesn't do that. Like if I rotated this 90 degrees. The downside with a wide ship, though, is you have a lot more surface area. Which means more asteroids spawning, it's more UPS. But I don't really care. It's one of those things that feels like you're doomed either way. I mean, in fairness though, I did spend a lot of time optimizing the shape of that platform, and I think it's as wide as it needs to be. And the rest of it, like half of it, is just storage to balance that out. Get your rocket damage up to like 500,000 to one-shot huge asteroids as they have 99% resist. 250,000% damage, which is something like 5,000. Yeah, that's not going to happen. At least not anytime soon. Yeah, I'm just contemplating how to do this for stone. Because like I do really want the having thought about it, I do want a monolithic base. I don't want to do the distributed one, partly because I've seen so many other people do it. I think I might need to start some prototyping. Actually, we can autosave right then and there. Like, what's that? That is 8 furnaces eating 2 stack belts. And what does... So that's actually valuable information. Because it I mean, if the thing will work. It reminds me... I hope I didn't cut out there. Like a train wagon only holds 2,000, which means they hold 32,000 for 16 wagons total. 1 stacked belt is 14,400, which means 1 16 long train load is a bit over 2 stack belts a minute of output. So realistically, 1 train should only be producing one output belt's worth. I gotta be careful there as well, because it's 2 to 1 for stone. It's 2 stone to 1 brick. Where are we at? There. Yeah, 2 stone makes 1 stone brick. Not counting productivity. Like, there is a productivity angle which does compensate for that. But it is something to be aware of. But what it means is that I don't want to overburden a single train too much. But that then means I need 16 smelters, or condense the train in some way, like the minimum number needed for 16 smelters. Okay. So we want 14,400 times a minute of output of stone is 5 furnaces worth. That's like the trains basically got hit with a nerf by virtue of all the other upgrades. That and stone brick itself, I think stone brick got the biggest nerf out of them all because it's the biggest bottleneck of production, because you can't use any of the new machines to make stone. It's the only one. It did get a leg up with the legendary furnaces, whereas trains didn't get any leg up from legendary like inventory capacity upgrades. But I still lean towards stone being the biggest loser of the quality upgrades and machine upgrades. It's unfortunate there isn't really a place for stone brick, because it doesn't really make sense in a foundry. Well, kinda, because it's I suppose it does, because it's a lava handler. But at the same time, like, Furnaces have to do a lot of work, a lot of the legwork. But yeah, the trains feel it as well, because if I do 1-to-1 wagon, it won't keep up. Like 5 furnaces will keep the station busy for 2 minutes. 10 furnaces will keep it busy for 1 minute. Like if I do 28,800, that's 9.2. You know, 8 or 38,000 input. If I actually change that to machines of 8, it should be, yes, it's basically 32,000. So it's, you basically need 1 train a minute. And as we've learned, so I used to do like 1 train every 2 minutes, and then I decided to fly too close to the sun and push it to 1 minute. And then I discovered how much of a terrible idea that is. That was the case with the 8,000 a minute Megabase. Push those a little too hard. So you really don't want to be much below 1 train every 2 minutes. I learned that one the hard way. So what that means is that I want like the 5... I wonder if I could push it to... No, I can't push it to 4. It has to be 5. I'm just trying to do the gymnastics to what... I can make it somewhat directly fed by trains. I think what's needed... Let's save again. You. I think we need some creative time. Oh hey, that's the old sequence. Now does this thing have... Oh yeah, and there's the mythical military science. Sure. Let's turn to that. Give it some modules. And the 2 modules as well. I mean, again, it's 50% productivity, but you need like a stone productivity research or something. Don't know. Something like that. Alright, so what are we looking at? There. You, there, and there. You're going to give me stone. Unless something's changed with these, it doesn't stack the belt. That's why I'm not using the loader. You can use loaders to empty a belt fine, but you can't really use loaders to fill a... You can't use loaders to fill a belt. Scared that we call the elect furnace useless? It kind of is at the minute. It's entirely possible it's just an oversight. Admittedly, it kind of wouldn't surprise me if it was an oversight. To make them a bit sucky. 2, 4, 5. It was definitely an oversight to not give the biochamber 4x4. I should have complained louder about that one. Because I sure do complain about it these days. Alright, so 5 of these machines should be more than enough to... I didn't need to do that. Fill it up. Okay, you're looking a little gappy. There's a fix for that, and that's by using a different approach to loading the belt. There we go. I can see the input belt is basically being sucked dry. Yeah, see, it's not getting enough input. Which makes sense, because it was like... what was it? It was 33,000 on the input. See, like 2 wagons go into that. I can see that happening. So now I should have a fully compressed belt going out the other side. Yeah, then I could compress it horizontally. You know, have a train pull up here. Have 8 of these, and that's 8 belts worth. This thing doesn't need 16 belts worth. Like, it only needs, what did I say it was? Like 12 for the entire thing. That's captive industry. It's not that one, that one. Yeah, 115,200. Like, for both builds, this is as well. What was it? It was 57,600. And it only need... Oh, that's stone as well. I need to be considering brick specifically. 6.7. And... for one build. And what do I have? I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So potentially one of these smelters per... Still a lot. But the other thing I could do is have 2 unloads in parallel and, you know, have like that and then that. So have like one unload here and then behind it have another train unload. And so they're feeding into each other. It's... On paper that works. I don't know if it will in practice though. Because this is a no balancer smelter. In theory it shouldn't need a balancer in or out, as long as you don't intermix things. And that's the kind of thing that would trigger the necessity of a balancer. But yeah, you could just like compress that down. Ooh, that beacon aligns, so we need to go off by 1. Sort of gets a bit long there. I suppose I could do that. Yeah, pull that in, but I don't think it's... No, it's not repeatable yet. Yeah, because it oh, it might. Yeah, just spitballing ideas here. Boop. 4, 5. Hey, look how much more compact that is. It's like a third less length. It already had 300 something thingies in it. But you'll be 10 beacon, yeah. 10 beacon, your 10 beacon. What's stopping you being 12 beacon? This one needs to be there and there. That doesn't help you be any better. Because yeah, now it aligns. We sort of make it as a pair, a matched pair. Like in some way couple these two together, like this set together. Is what I mean by that. Because the fifth one's so inconsequential, it basically doesn't contribute hugely to the output. There's an argument to be had also that I should just have like 2 that way, and then 1 that does both. And that would greatly simplify things. Yeah, 2 top, 2 bottom. Like that. It would have the same effect. And yeah, and this one just fills in the gaps. Now, how can I simplify this is the question. And see, that one's beacon aligned as well. I was just thinking, like, you can go move that there, and then the only problem is if I bring these together, then you're going to have them on both sides, and they won't all sideload correctly. Like, the ones on that side of the belt won't sideload correctly. So that won't work. Where's it? Okay, so, like, one of these tiles in here needs to go, because the total tiles needs to be either 3 or 4, or, what does it need to be? It needs to be 3 or less, 2. There's 1, 2, 3 there that makes that even. If I push it back, then it becomes beacon aligned, so that's no good. Yeah, like this one needs to push either inwards or outwards. Probably outwards I would do. While I'm thinking about that, or while that's under contemplation, just legendary rails it. Just flex the extravagance of having track that can be spawned in on a whim. Could also do a max speed unload, you know, have like both sides unload and really throw as much stuff out as possible, as quick as possible. That way I can just cycle the trains faster. But I again suspect it doesn't matter. But what I really should do is plug that in there. You now take in reds and greens, which I haven't really plugged in at all. Yeah, one of the design goals was a circuit bus. No other reason than because I can. There we go. Doesn't matter if they don't stack. steal your red circuits as well. I need to populate the one. I might be okay. By doing it that way. I may need to switch to stack inserters. I'm not sure. Actually, that whole balancer thing is a bit of an issue. Yeah, it needs to be stacked. Where's that actually? Oh, it goes halfway up. Max speed, train unloading is too fast even for 1-1 train to cycle through station. Yeah. As soon as you say max speed unloading, it's usually going to end with a bad time. The next thing that I really need to see is how fast the drain is. Because I may only need 4 furnaces. Like I could set this up. There and there. Like I could set this up so that it might only need 4 or 3 furnaces because of the speed of the drain. I could also just embrace the balancer. What's it doing? It's turning 4 into 6. Is essentially what it's doing. So I could expand it out to 6. Or something along those lines. It would essentially be the same unload, like the same furnace situation anyway. It's going to take a while for everything to get up to speed. Look at that. That's why I wasn't relying on the loaders. I proved my point by being lazy and not using loaders. Damn. Huh. There we go. Now they all should go. It's all backed up anyway. Are these actually going as hard as they could? Feels like they could be doing better. Definitely does. Stack belt time. 2-point hospital's free on Epic? I haven't played that in so long. I never actually played... I got one of the... I think it was the second DLC, and I never actually played it. The problem is that game got very samey very quickly. And I also built that research hospital that basically just pumped up all the others. And I just couldn't get into 2-point campus and 2-point museum. There we go, look at that, it's all backed up now. Alright, what's stopping... Oh, I plugged into the wrong hole. You're not supposed to go... I don't know what I was thinking then. I need to finish off the afternoon coffee. It's meant to go in here. Yeah, it was sort of meant to be stone, that one. Sorta. One green belt of full stack eats one wagon, just 8.3 seconds mean you have to eject the old train position, new train. Yeah. 14,400 a minute. That's the one that caught me off guard. Alright, how can I condense this thing down? Why do I make a 10 beacon? Then it's 4 machines makes 0.8 of a belt versus 0.9 of a belt. I mean, it could probably work. Then I could just pick the whole thing up, slide it over. Yeah, that's a little messy. Like, it really wants to be like that. I'd prefer it to be a little tighter though. Oops, just getting a little carried away there. But then, at the same time, like, they can be more tightly coupled together like that. I suppose it could be 11 beaconed, actually, at that point. Oh, I just spotted something, and it's... I'm not going to do it, it's too stupid. It's silly. It's too silly to do. It's literally the vertical flipped version of that. I mean, it is on a buffer. It will slow down. But it is nearly. And it's not using 2 full belts now. And yeah, what I mean by one full belt is what... I say one wagon, it's actually one train. I think that's where the confusion was. I said the wrong thing. Hang on. Right, there you are. Got it completely around the wrong way. There. Oh, it actually overlaps. How nice of it. It's actually, I think more broadly, there's a bit of a trend with space age builds. Is instead of going for maximum speed, you make them moderately fast and then go for, you know, use the change in beacons to go for a more convenient beacon layout instead of. Why is that backed up? Oh, it's probably backed up on purple. Yeah, use the legendary quality to give yourself a better layout and, you know, a moderate boost instead of trying to maximize it like you would in olden times. Alrighty. Doop. Doop. I mean, it's overkill, but I might as well just get it all set up and done with. I'm missing a row. It would help if I do actually have this set up, but it's in a different save. It's in the older version of the creative version of this map. Yeah, that's probably enough. So the thing that gives me a moment's pause on the stone delivery is that you see these are mostly not, like they're not really fully drained. The ones that are moving at full speed haven't buffered up yet. Like the end one is closer to the true drain. And the reason I wanted to plug this in is to see what the true output is. I wonder, is there any merit in doing this? I don't see there being a reason for it, and that's why I never did it. Yeah, you definitely feel it. Like, I'm pushing direct insertion wherever I can, because it's by far the best way. I mean, it's condensing down this, which is sort of broken up. Really needs... Yeah, I think it needs a fifth one. Can they run on 4? Probably not, I suspect. I think 4 was like 24,000 from memory. Oh yeah, has there been drop frames on Twitch or YouTube at this point? Or has it settled down? It was really bad earlier. Yeah, it's taken it. You can see it eating the full belt now. You see, or yeah, no, it's not enough. Trouble is, that's like I need to make sure there's no pollution. And it should be all shut down, and it basically is. It's interesting, it's not catching up. Like, it is going for it, but it is not catching up on supply. But that is, you know, half of one build, a quarter of the smelting needed for just purple science. I haven't even got into the rest of it that it needs yet, too. might be backing up. I can see the furnaces backing up. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking how this translates into a train unload, though. It's just a lot. It's unfortunate you can't, like, marry two train unloads together very nicely. Like, I mean, you kind of can, but it's a odd number, not an even number. Yeah, see, it's a two tiles. It's a even number apart, not an odd number apart. So you can't have like a belt that shares between. I suppose. I go there, and there, and there, and there, and there. Could do something like that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't fully understand the splitter thing. The inserting on splitters, because the row is actually, or the lane is deterministic. It's all like, because it's still, even though it's placing on a splitter, it's gonna go out in two ways, but it's always gonna be on one side. I mean, I suppose this one is also on the other side. Yeah, then you need another splitter maybe there, to mix them together. But it means that there's an uneven drain on these, and I don't like that. There are gaps, fix it? Yeah, it's just interesting that it's gappy now. I'm not sure why that is, because it wasn't before. I think it is filling up. Oh, I mean, it was also kind of filling up. Ooh, a Michelle. No headphones, other computer. So I could not say hello and you wouldn't know the difference. It's mean. Splitter details, sales messages. Oh, you never have, sorry. 0.87 instead of... Oh, yeah, because you just insert into the splitter buffer. That makes sense. I'm just not sure how to turn it into an even drain. You really want something like that. Yeah, that's 4 chests, which is fine. Enough for a unload. And then you want to like that, and then that. That. And this is where it gets a little interesting. It's just a lot of splitters. I'm just spitballing at the minute. I'm just imaginating unloaders. The thing though is that you don't really need it, because like 2 legendary inserters already is as fast as possible. This just looks silly. This looks silly. Just for completionist's sake. Oh yeah, it's... Oh no, top and top. Ah yeah, see it upsets those two. Because it's the wrong way round. It needs to be like that. And then these two, yeah, bottom. Oh, but this bottom and this one's bottom and this one's bottom, so that doesn't work. Yeah, this is stupid. This has got too many problems. Oh, it isn't. You like? No. Yes. Maybe. No. Yes. Maybe. Not sure anymore. I'm forgetting something. And I don't remember what it is. There. That makes a lot more sense. Free splitters can't be in line with the inserter if you want to place it into the buffer. I'm pretty sure it places it, like when you insert into it, it does place in the buffer. It's just that it's sort of committed to a particular output. No, it's not committed to a different output. It's like if you have an inserter that's a splitter that's filtered. Sorry, not inserter. Filter it for like that, and then you do that. No, that's not it. Or is it like that? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if you insert on top of a filter, it can't. No, that's not it either. It was something to do with inserting onto a filtered splitter you couldn't do. And I thought it was that, but now I'm confused. But it doesn't seem to be committed to its output anymore. But so I don't know if that's a change that's happened or what. I'm pretty sure I did a better job here anyway. Yeah, these are all half lanes. Could do that. But it's still half lane. That's the one. I was sure I'd done it before. Like I'd really whittled it down to the bare essentials. It's just the never-ending science of train unloaders. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. It's basically the same. 2, 4, 2, 4. Yeah. I had a sneaking suspicion that I had been through this entire process already. And yeah, I just reinvented the thing that I'd already done. So I'll scoop you up. It's a little less gappy now. We are using 136,000 a minute. What I'm going to do is cut those off. Loaders, unloaders, forever tweaking. Yeah. It never ends. There's always a better design. I might go back to the 5th furnace. They might be. It'll either get zapped or it'll allow it. I have a feeling it'll get zapped. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Okay, you'll just come in and do it. That works too. I was in the process of hopping in and typing it, but I say I was in the process. I was in the process of nudging Veldek into doing it. Alrighty. What do we got? Oh, you got the three-way one. Yeah. Actually, that one's slightly different to the last one I saw. My only argument against... The only thing I have against the three-way loader is it's only 3 chests of storage, but at the same time it's not the end of it. You could just do 2 of them. So it's not the end of the world. Easy enough to implement. Like that. Are these rotationally dependent? If it's always running. So there was a really old one that had that problem, a pre-space age one. It was a 3-way unloader, and if it wasn't a max drain belt, like these are mostly half lanes. That's the concern that I have, because these aren't going to be max drain. What is it like that? Down to there. That's just plucking one at random. Yeah, if I have 1, 2, 3 pulling up, so there's a bit of an there should be a bit of an uneven drain. Like that. Annoyingly, that sort of clogs my inventory with, yeah. So more like that. Can't guarantee anything? Okay. Yeah. So that's got the I do like the, I do like the idea of the 3 inserter solution. Because yeah, you can put 2 of them into the side of a wagon and get 6 total. So you get like 1 belt out of 6. That is good, but at the same time, yeah, it's the balanced drain that troubles me. It's managing this. Yeah. Could just do that. Like I go round and round and round and round 1,000,000 times. Yeah. So that's just a little bit of a tweak to max out the belt. Keeping the chest balance is a matter of having the trains run on time and not something the unloader should concern itself with. Yeah, I've been burnt by that so many times where people say, oh yeah, in theory it works, and then it never works out in practice. That's why I'm a bit skeptical of the inherent balance argument. I remember way back before I was actually streaming, it was demonstrated, and it would have been before most people's times here. This was on Colonel Will, would have been one of the really early Colonel Will ones. And the and it ends up with just like an hour of gymnastics of oh yeah, well you did this wrong and did that wrong and it should do this, and it just went round and round in circles. I mean, it doesn't need it per se, but I'm happier with it like that. Like it doesn't need that as well. I think also part of it is because of my real world engineering background is that I will always manage the I'll always want to manage the exceptions. Like when a train doesn't run on time, you know, it gets jammed up because something else, like another train somewhere, no paths, and upsets the entire base. Now this should start backing up. $44,000. I'm surprised it's actually yeah, there it is, 53,000, 54,000, 55,000. What should it be? It should be 57,600 is the maximum, so it should be something under that. As I say, I'm just not sure how I'm going to feed this monstrosity. Maybe direct to furnace to train. Like, so instead of doing it like, so each one of these lanes is, or each one of these is effectively maybe the pair is a train's worth. No, that's too much. Taking the leap to direct insertion. That's what I'm contemplating. Maybe each lane is 16 furnaces that then feeds the line directly. It's a bit of an overbuild of furnaces though. That's my only hesitation with it. You end up with a lot of overbuild. It doesn't need to be 12 beaconed, having said that. It'd be less inserters because there's not inserted a belt to furnace to belt. Even though there's more of them. Smelting on patch viable? Potentially. I don't have a huge amount of stone patches though to really work with. This where are we at? I mean, having said that, it's not the worst, but like there's 3 million, 3 million. There's a few 5 over there. It's just that stone's a bit scarce. Yeah, getting the beacons in direct wagon. I think it's like 5. You end up with a 5 or 6 beacon type build instead. I shouldn't complain too much about overbuilding for a direct to furnace, you know, stone to furnace train, because my iron unload. I'm bringing iron ore to the base. I can't be bothered smelting on, melting on patch. Like one of these is way with all the foundries is way overkill. Train thingy. More of them. Dupe of them. Somewhere in there. Well, not specifically there, it'd be more like there. Then ideally you would have at least 2 chests worth of storage. You see, they start with a little bit of energy, so the inserters have just enough to start grabbing, and then they run out of power. That's not what I meant to do. Just start with symmetry like that. That's 6 beacon. And then you start getting into the wonderfully wacky world of bending it around corners. Like that. Now you're onto single inserter, but the advantage there is that you can put beacons behind. That cover? No. But now we're up to 8 beacons. Without a huge amount of effort. Still 6, 8. There. And there. Got to get those back beacons going. And 8 and 8. I think you're actually slightly off. Trouble is, this thing still needs a an 8 to 1, 16 to 1 merging. I think train to smelt directly might be the way to go. It feels like the way to go. What is unloading only? Where's the loading? It would go onto a belt. Something like that. And then, because there's 16 of them, as I say, it would be a 16 to 1. Something like that, all the way down. That's the only thing I'm not too sure about. It's quite the pyramid, the splitter pyramid. Because like each one of these belts, it represents a single train, basically a train load of stone is in each one of these belts. Well, it's actually 2. Each one of these is a train unload. Just because of the sheer quantity. So what I'm trying to do is avoid doing a train towns. 8 to 1, 6 furnace on the upwards half a belt. That is true, yeah. What I need is each one to output on each side of the belt. And then merge down. Could probably just ditch that. And just keep it simple and do that. I just don't know if this can actually keep up. Because I'm knocking it down to 1 unload. actually overlaps. I didn't think it would. Yeah, 7 beacon. Oh, no, no, no. Might have something. That's still 7 beacon. 8 beacon? 8 beacon? Sort of going, my brain's going spaghetti at the minute. I'm not entirely sure what I've made there. Yeah, you can't go there, but you're 8. 7. Why are you 7? What's different about you? I know there's a difference. I'm just not seeing it at the minute. 8, 7, 8. Why are you 8? Is it just down to the double thingy there? That brings it down to 7. There's basically nothing different between doing that. Seven, 6, 7. In Leo, coming on in. So it should be 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. 7, 7, 7, 7, Sven. Sven. It's like this over and over. Uh, 2, 4, 6. There. I had to hesitate there for a moment. I feel a little confused at the minute. Uh, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 16, I think. I think I missed the 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh no, I got it. 15, 16. I thought I'd done 18 there. I mean, it's it does happen from time to time. So that's now 4 lanes. I kind of wasn't expecting to go so deep into the theory crafting, but I should have seen it coming. How long until it drains out? There it goes. First one. It's just a single chest. I'm not a huge fan of. I mean, I can use a single big chest, like a legendary chest. But still not a huge fan of them. Could smudge it down to 2 lanes. You know, it backs up that way. Get rid of that. Yeah, to see what this produces, what this actual production is. I mean, I'm fine with it backing up, because then it has an at the very least it has an output buffer of 100 in each furnace. What was that, 38? Which is still like 64 something a minute, and that's why I was saying 1 belt. That comes back to the whole 1 belt argument. I don't know if filtering really matters in the scheme of things. It's just makes you feel good. Because in I suppose in theory there's this thing in the back of my head that says now it has to search for decon planners within the that are passing through the splitter, but I suspect in reality it actually doesn't matter. Oh, there we go, bottomed out. Oh yeah, because it needed to buffer up. Yes, it buffer up. Oh, that'll actually make it a little bit wibbly wobbly. Oh, 29. I mean, realistically, I'm not pulling more than a single belt out. Should really benchmark if it matters or not. There's a few dumb things like that that I've been meaning to benchmark. I do want to benchmark the lightning on Fulgora as well. That'd be interesting. Just set the thing to for maximum, like 1 terawatt a drain, whatever it was. 10 gigawatts a drain continuously. Compare a fusion to a I think I have a I have a 9 gigawatt fusion there, so you can compare that. Is that legendary or regular? It's regular, that's why. Yeah, compare this to lightning. Makes you wonder if the parameter might be better for not to use signal on a splitter output. Oh yeah, like a I suppose you can only access physical things. The 10 blueprint parameter icon. Yeah. Trouble, you got to do that in the blueprint thingy though. Yeah. I mean, it's not a huge deal. It's just the sadness of having to use the blueprint parameters. You knew it was bad when all the other developers basically were washing their hands. Whenever a question came up with about blueprint parameterization, all the developers would wash their hands of it and say that's Kvorex's problem. There we go. It's just a little bit tighter. Is that max? Yeah, it's max reach. Hang on. So you merge together, but you don't do that. You do that instead. Then the process repeats. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's easy to lose track of this stuff. That's 2, 3, and 4. There we go. We can fit an 8th beacon. I suppose conceivably I could cram it there. It's just not really needed. If you made a double-sided unload, yeah. Suppose I could slide that over. Was the back piece? Yeah, generally go for it. We generally go with it with the light back seating. But I do take them on board. It's just that I tend to at least try and follow through on my ideas first. I try and I have a tendency to hop around, and I try and force myself to stick to it. See, now I'm thinking about the 8 beacon. I think the problem was that I kept hitting 7878. Because it's not uniform. Was getting the last one in there was a problem. Squirrel is a well-known problem. It is. I try and make an effort to manage the squirrel problems. It usually doesn't end well in much success, but I'd like to think that at the very least an effort was made. It's like why I'm doing the sciencing of these builds now is because past me kept handballing this one forward because I wasn't sure how to finish it. That, and I also kind of wanted to tie up all the other planets first. Like I had to force myself to build Fulgora. And Aquilo was really just something that was an idea that was bouncing around. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, it goes back to the longer one, the wider one. I think the one thing that's sort of upsets that one is trying to side load, unload on both sides. I'm not sure how you would do that with... Actually, I think I just saw how you would do that. There... One... No, that's possible. You had it like that. You got one there. A one tile gap. Got an elbow and there. Like, that's what I was seeing. But that's not the end of the story. Because you can do that. Or specifically that. Is it actually a side load correctly or straight up? What the hell am I after? Those things. I didn't have any in my inventory. Go. Yeah, they're both loading on the same side, but that's fine. Because you can put a... Should be able to put an underground... The annoying thing about that is that it's angle dependent. There we go. It's always got to be top down. So you can't like rotate the underground trick. I could as well, yeah. I've sort of done it this way to really keep each smelter separate and as its own thing. But there's probably an optimization to be had. Like if you're to do something like that. There and there. You might be able to do something like that, where they both land there. Like that. And then the splitting's like already done. Yeah, have the two furnaces. Oh, no. They're not quite in without a splitter, it will fall out of balance. Eventually, it always does. Yeah, I think Nug's right there. It doesn't need full speed, so it's not really worth pursuing. If anything, what I really need is compactness, because it's going to need a lot of these. I'm also conscious of that I need to move on and actually get some more stuff done. That's the other thing with the squirrel projects is, you know, spending like 6 hours just really drilling down into this one thing and just never getting anything done. That was the other thing that used to that would always happen a lot here. I say used to, it still does, but it's again, it's another thing that I've tried to get under control. It's one of those things I think I would review. Yeah, and you know what? Let's just implement this. But we can come back to it. It's not done forever. We can review it and you know, see what once we see what works, we can come back and review it from there. Yeah, this is all just to give one belt. And I need 4, 8, 12, 16, 16 of these just for stone, or just for furnaces. Then I need the straight unloads to unload the stone. It'd be really neat. One set's not hooked up. I'm just trying to spot it. Because they're in groups of 4, so that one's moving. Moving. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay. That's cool. Just drain it for the sake of it. Alright, so what do you tile like? Oh, perfection. Just the right space. I mean, there are some stations in the way, but they can be relocated. And most of this space can be train unloads as well. I mean, I say some stations aren't too much of an issue, but it can end up being an issue. Yeah. Bring it a little bit further down, like that. What is that? That is 9. That is most of the width. 12, 14, 15, 16. So that's stone for purple science. The underground. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sneaky underground. Huh? It's kind of impressive, actually, how many... Oh, they can't go there. How many opportunities there are to place a substation down. Normally that's not really a thing. There we go. Be nice and mismatched. Is it really going to be one of these? Where I need like a substation at every level? I think so, because it can't, it can't shuffle over any further. There we go. Beautiful. Visually, aesthetically pleasing. So yeah, that does just the stone smelting. For purple. Not even military. Doesn't even count military. It was the thing I was worried about with a direct unload. It's funny, the that peak there, or not quite that peak, it's probably a little bit less than that, because the 17th station that I deleted, that's the potential, whereas this is getting down to the actual. And yeah, then I need 16 and 16 stone unloads. I'm now genuinely curious about smooshing these down smaller. Probably not going to happen though. Yeah, I need the stone unloads for these, and it's probably 16 as well. I think I can get away with pairs. I really shouldn't. Actually, they are individual, so yeah, I should just keep it individual. They're a lot simpler though. They can actually be quite tidy. Funny, I put it all down just to delete everything. Maybe just a two-way unload like that. What is it? It's like that. Something like that. I mean, I could just go do what I've always done. Yeah, I just realized I've been through this already. It's already done. It's already done. Oh dear. Oh, bit big. There. Do the thing, please. There you go. Thank you, map editor. 2, 3, 4. So there. Get a real substation. I'll leave that there because I can potentially parameterize this. I'm also hesitant because I probably don't need 4 as well. That would save on splitters, which is also a UPS optimization. It is potentially an optimization I will regret. But at the same time, it's probably fine. Like, we're not trying to thrash this thing as hard as possible. Potentially I could unload onto the splitter as well. Maybe. Yeah, they should be placing... They should both be placing on the bottom. Hang on, that ain't right. Yeah, there it is. It doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't split properly. I knew there was a... I gotta remind myself every now and then why I do things a certain way. Yeah, now it's working correctly. It's meant to be put... The way I did this was it meant to put on the bottom, and then this shuffles it to the top. It's unfortunate that it isn't more compact. I'd like it if it was like really compact. Suppose I could run these on the inside instead of the outside. It's weird. Puts it, yeah. It's really, it really is kind of strange because it sort of puts it past the splitter, but it still sort of splits. But it doesn't actually, like it. When I did the thing before, it did actually work correctly. It's really weird like that. What I mean is, there. That like makes it pulls it right in. Oop. You do that. I think it gets too close to that one. That's fine. What we can do is just symmetrically shuffle these. Oop, where is it? There. Shuffle these closer together. I could, like, physically bring them closer together. Siloed into a splitter, insert the places it before the splitter if you inline. And after, yeah. That makes sense with the behavior. Right, so that's half of it. It's nice and compact, which I desired. The last part was like pull this in this side. Like that. And that should do that. And then need 16 of them. And then I need to drink coffee. Because I just leant forward and I saw the mug wasn't empty. Apparently Twitch's bitrate's unstable. Like it's been rough the whole time. Is that... I'm not sure if that's the case or actually the case or not, because in OBS it's saying it's fine. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Oh, it just started buffering. Has it been doing that for long? I mean, no one's complained. It's weird because it says it's 0 drop frames on the output. Just happily chugging away. But Twitch side says it's got problems. Oh, that's right. There were issues a few hours ago. There was a big outage, so it might be related to that. I saw that before. And yeah, then I need... Oh, amazing. A whole bunch of them. It's not converting the video right. So yeah, it could be a fault in the writing of the video orientation. That's why I don't let people vertical video. Yeah, I just remembered it was a it was I saw the thing for the site outage. $12, $15, $16. And you're all very sad electrically. So, let's grab you. Where is it? Right there. I mean, I could try max stretch, but it's going to collide with stuff. So it's not really worth bothering with. It's not like it's hard to make legendary substations or anything, so I might as well just go for it. It's just legendary steel and circuits. At the same time as that GCP fell over and took out the other part of the internet that runs on Cloudflare. GCP. I'm having a blank out moment. Yeah, so that's for 1/2 of purple. That's a lot of stone. Hang on, that's only 13. Uh, 14, 15, 16. Well, technically 17. And that then gets shoved into there. As I say, I could, if I wanted to risk it, do it as 2. It's just a bit... oh, it's the Google platform. Oh, Google Cloud. I thought it looked familiar. Like, I could do it as 8. It's just a risky maneuver. Just don't need to create so much traffic for no reason. Only 255. It's interesting, you're seeing drop frames on the far end of YouTube, and YouTube saying, or the OBS side says that it has no drop frames. So yeah, there's definitely something's acting up. I'd actually explain, remembering that does explain a lot. Right, so that's the entirety of stone for purple. Just grab a blueprint of that, and save a copy. blueprint to that. Save a copy. Oh yeah, I actually have... Oh, that's the rocket tree. That's another rocket tree. There was another thing I was working on. That's... Periodically, I need to clean out my blueprint. Hey, the warning's gone again. I need to clean out the blueprints. Oh, that's right. Where is it? There it is. That's the new and improved early Aquilo that I've been working on. I was working on this earlier in the week, or on the weekend. Like there's the original Aquilo one that I built, the first one I built back in September, and then just whittled it down to this, like 4 thrusters from 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and it includes quality thrusters as well, and 2 nuclear plants, 2 melters for stone, a melter for copper. It's just so much. It's so overbuilt for what it is. It's crazy how much I was overbuilding. I should have there. It's the size. It's like a quarter the size. And it does get to Aquilo. So the only thing is that this one has it has a lot more storage, and it was sort of intended to, as an omni platform that does everything. And that's the one difference with the new one, is it lacks the capacity to really do a grand tour of the entire solar system. Right. So the big thing that's still remaining is circuits. Like I need a dedicated production for circuits, then I needed for greens and reds. That can be behind like these, because these are just pipes. They're nothing. But I got to make sure the pipe doesn't get too long. I got to see. I mean, realistically, this one iron pipe I think is actually supplying everything. Oh no, it's just supplying those. So like 1 iron, 1 copper could easily supply both of each of the automation and logistics signs. And I still haven't done iron, liquid iron for steel and such, and sticks for track and so on and so forth. Like, there's still a lot to do. But at the same time, let's transfer saves. Start building some stuff. Set some stuff down to build. I'm probably going to regret doing that. But we'll see. So like, where is it? That one. There's like squeezes in there. Starter platform's able to pull some of the produced raw materials, because having a ready source of iron and steel later is nice when you're starting on a plane. You don't have anything. Yeah, I need to do more towards pushing things into the hub, which is interesting because when I started out, it was kind of capable of doing it, and then it sort of lost the ability to do that. Yeah, there's like something there. I mean, I could, I could combine, like, what I used to do was intermix it with military, on the assumption that the two never run together, but the two actually do run together now. It's just a lot of stuff. I don't think I can get away with placing it down just yet. I may need to separate them out some more as well, give them some space. What did you need? You needed blue circuits. I may even maybe insert circuits in between these. Make it even wider. It's a bit messy, but I'm not sure how to do it better. There's a few things about it, the layout, that I don't like. about this kind of layout that I don't like. The other thing that I need to do, that I do need to do, results are surprising. Oh! Oh, with a 3 versus 4. Aha. Oh, because I had inventory full of these things. I'm intrigued. Given the baseline is no filter, always true filter will be 2.8% faster, always false filter will be 4.2%. Ah! So by not having a filter, it's faster. That is surprising. Did I get that right? I'm just having a moment. I probably should take a quick break. Hang on, yeah, I did read that wrong. Yeah, so no filter at all. No filter at all. So, like that is the baseline. Always false, which would be that, is 4.2% faster. And then an always true filter, such as that, is 2.8% faster. Yeah, now I got it. So actually using a decom planner as false is the best. Yeah. It should be the same with a purple parameter, or anything really, for that matter. So if you do that, and where is it, like that? You'll be able to pull all kinds of things, conceivably. Targeting remotes. For now though, I need to take a quick break. We shall be back in... Oh, of course, I had to be just after an ad break. So I can't push the button to reset the pre-roll. But yeah, I need to take a quick break. So we shall continue on. Continue on in a few minutes' time. 2 minutes' time. We're going to do that. We shall be back shortly. Alrighty, much better. So refill a drink and let's go. Alright, we're back. Perfect. Have a good one. Have a good night then. Now what were we up to? So, just eyeballing the thing to make sure I push the button. Apparently Twitch is dying again. Yes. That's a thing. Shit, even refreshing is slow. I sort of want to turn attention to the output, which is a way of avoiding doing the input. Does raise a couple of problems. How do I want to do it? Maybe stand them up vertically. Say maybe, and it's very much going to be stand them up vertically. First of all, you don't need any of that anymore. we're not in the editor over here. The plan is to have like a little rail loop that crashes into the ocean, thusly. Unfortunately, there's not much point me collecting fish on account of the fact that fish spoil now. Also, fish breeding exists. There, finish that off, damn it. There you go. Yeah, do something like that. Somehow wrangle it into a sensible track. You know, we go up there. Chuck down a bit of a train stop right about there. I'm sure I have... Make a happy face. Make some legendary rails. Do I still have the blueprint for the legendary rails? I don't think I do. I don't know what it was. I think I thought of a way to... Yeah, kind of. Kind of. These are the 1.1 rails. They're kind of broken now, though. Or more broken than they used to be. I think I've deleted all the stray ones. I think they've actually made it so you can't place the old curves. Yeah, because they're showing up as a question mark now. Make sure you build it in the correct rotation so you can use all the fast corners. I'm actually curious now. Well, not that curious. No, the thing with the legendary rails was that I was told you couldn't place the new copies of the 2, 4... I couldn't place new copies of the old rails in Space Age. Hey, Le Grand. How you doing? How's the base building going? 2, 4, 6. Slow, but we're getting there. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4. So right about there. Yeah. I was quite comfortably able to place... that deleted the train. Yeah, I was able to comfortably place both the new and old rails on top of each other. Gotta love the old 4.16.4. It's the classic. How is Gleber doing in terms of stack inserter production? Oh, 700. Ooh, you've been a busy planet. See, Gleber, you know, it's always a little bit behind on the stack inserters, but it's consistent. It just gets the job done. Gleber's the best like that. And Fulgora, on the other hand, yeah, it's doing a whole lot of something, chugging away with the legendary accumulators. It's doing 12 a minute, 8 a minute, 9 a minute, depending on who you are, what benchmark you ask. The turnaround's a lot better. Oh, they are so much. Going over the top for junctions is a game changer. Actually, let's go. Whoop. Oh, it's not letting me go back. Or just sailing over in general. You know, sailing through the sky in general. Oh yeah, your 4.16.4's out here. I knew I had them somewhere. There. That's what you like to see. Well, it's not actually the best example because they could do that anyway. Like a train goes out and then a train can come in. It's amazing. The real question is, has a train got stuck? Because I cleaned up the... oh yeah, and just being able to hop over junctions is amazing. I cleaned up the trains that had like calcite and other random stuff in them. Some of them escaped my prison for them, and or reclamation center. I was probably the better terms. Some of them escaped the reclamation center and started trying to double load stuff. I think I got them all. You don't really need the elevator rails in the quieter parts of the map. But it is nice to see them, you know, one going over the other. I say that as, for the most part, they're not actually crossing each other. It's probably this sort of thing is where the best of it is. Anyway, we want a thingy over here. Oh, it's only 8, not 16, as well. I don't know how much that's going to affect things. Probably doesn't matter. Because yeah, these outputs are only 8, not 16. Do I want 16? Do I want 16? 16 means doubling science. Never actually played a game yourself, but past a certain point, it kind of seems to play itself. That's pretty much the point, is you build up to the point where the game plays itself. Like, you automate things to the point where you don't do anything and you just watch trains go by, and it's kind of a certain amount of elegance to it. Could always double. I could. It's already 115,000 science as it is. I mean, it could be more. It could be more. I actually also had this thought of maybe stacking each build vertically. 32 is even bigger. Problem with this game, or the one thing that goes against, that sort of works against this game, is that to get to that point where, to get to that sort of extreme point, is pretty high-end gameplay. Yeah, that would be ever so much nicer if it was over by one tile. I mean, it is possible to get to the point that I'm at a lot quicker than what I did, because I've been playing this save since Space Age actually came out. Don't chase the squirrel. Hey, Malorith. No chasing squirrels. Get back to work. Then double it, yeah. Well, ideally, what I would do if I wanted to double it is just copy and paste this entire thing and just build up another one. Yeah, maybe just put the labs up here somewhere, or maybe over there. Just, there's no reason to give it distance. My lab loops, I never normally give them any distance. This is half the size. Oh, damn it! At this rate, it really will be half the size of science. Oh, it's easy just to ghost them. Yeah, then it would be like that. But it doesn't need to be as high up. I can grab that. Bring it down. It's like there. Can you go all the way around the planet? No, it's the map is finite in all directions. It'll take you it takes a really long time to get to each of the ends, and when you get to the end, it's just a black boundary. I have actually been out to the end a really long time ago. Oh, hang on. That's that one. We get rid of that. I forget how long it takes to get to the edge of the map. It's like 6 or 8 hours or something. 8? Yep. And yeah, even... Oh, what the save that we did it on a ribbon world that was like 200 what was it, like 200 tiles wide or something like that? It was a ribbon world. It was like from there, I'm trying to picture it, maybe from there to there. It was quite wide, but it wasn't that wide. It was like the width of one unupgraded artillery gun. Did we actually... I don't think we had access to artillery though. I don't remember. No, we didn't. Yeah, it was in version 16. We had access to artillery. Whenever artillery was introduced, we had artillery. 16 or 15. Version 16 or 15, that is. Yeah, just a couple of minutes of train time. Dying at the edge meant losing all your stuff because there was no chance of getting back to your body in time. It was something... I seem to remember it taking at least 2 hours from spawn to get to the edge. Yeah, well, we did it with... I think we did it with like nuclear artillery in the end. But the idea was to try and do it without too many mods. It's too hard. You don't need a big chest for that. Probably doesn't need the 4 chests either. Do I do it in multi? Yeah, it was. I forget how many people were on it. It was a lot. I think that was on my old PC. And I seem to remember I had trouble loading into the map because it took so much RAM. Loaded into memory, the map needed like 17, 18 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, if I was to do it, I would do it with like fast trains and maybe teleporters or something. If I was to ever do it again. I don't think I would ever attempt it again. Ghost it. It's easier. Oh yeah, and you also did it as a ribbon world. Oh, it's right there. I can just pick up and move the entire thing so it aligns with the substation. I feel like that's a level of pedantry that's really sort of pushing it. It's also a time when old me would have gone like hop through that just to keep the belt straight. It doesn't do anything. It adds an underground. Not that undergrounds cost anything. Just the little things. The little things. There we go. Alright. Build you. More importantly though, we now have an aligned substation. Just like that. And be a thingy right there as well, to make sure it's all in plane. Now that I've got that built up, you're like a pair. None of these stub stations are consistent, I think, too. You can go bang in the middle. This also assumes a single track for loading, and I mean, the run isn't that long, so it probably doesn't matter. But it's, thinking. If there was like an entry storage for empty... Oh yeah, these trains are unique to this area anyway. That's fine. There we go. And that's green. Blue gets a bit interesting. Yeah, I should adjust the substations for chemical and utility so they're all in line. Chemical? Well, make them all so they're all in line with each other. Alrighty. Next one. Just bang in the middle again. Just trying to spot the substation. There. Oh, it's off by... it will always be off by 1. Pick up and move a few tiles. Yeah, definitely done that once or twice before. There's a flood of messages. Spiders to the rescue. Alright, that's the third one. Off by 1, rebuild the entire thing. Oh boy. It's annoying because I'm going to lose that stone patch. I suppose I could feed this stone into purple science if military wasn't so in the way. Tempting to do that. Maybe just switch military and purple science around so that I can just tap into that. It's funny how small utility is. Lovely diamond shape in the power poles there. I need to do something about the hub as well. I do need to move the hub. I mean, I don't hate it where it is, but I really need to like bring it maybe over to here because it needs to be able to feed into the starter base. Oh, I need to redo the starter base entirely as well. I may just pick up the entire starter base and move it over here. Over here, something right away. I need to get comfortable with the idea of not building right on top of the crash ship. Maybe like pull it down a lot further and then put the hub over here somewhere. But it really needs... It needs... I know this is squirrel projects again. But it needs... that's the same as red, effectively. It is so close and yet so far from being red. What was I rambling on about? The hub, it needs to be able to feed science packs onto trains, but it also needs to be able to shuffle like legendary requests into the starter base. So it needs to like sort of share but not actually be part of the members of the same network. Casual pair, how you doing? Are you also both out of stuff? How we doing? Right, you got any speed modules? Yeah, a few. That's erratic. erratic consumption of science. Yeah, it looks like I got a few more speed modules. How is the red circuit situation doing? Not a lot going on in that department. Oh, it's because it's being bypassed. So this lot isn't actually doing anything. How's this thing doing? Oh, it's at 1.4 million. The FPS drop. It's still going. It's made it to 1.4 mil. I can see some lasers getting real close though. Look how dense it is. It's actually I say kind of impressive. It is impressive. Yeah, see, it's able to the lasers on the side are able to. It's got enough laser damage that it's able to reasonably defend itself from the big rocks. But yeah, that is thick with asteroids. How is production doing? Oh, it's still not maxed out. Railgun, more importantly, is also not maxed out. That's good. Like, yeah, I mean, that one's running, but it's backing up the belt still, which is good to see. I'm worried. So the thing to be worried about is the density increase, though. Where are we at? That there. Conveniently, it's giving me the current position, but you can see how after about 1.6, oh, we're already on the point where the huge promethium just keeps increasing and increasing and increasing. There's sort of this peak here, like we're on the promethium ramp up, and then it's linear from there, and but everything else sort of dies away. It's just pure promethium. So I'm not quite sure what's going to happen after 1.6. Probably 2 million is when it starts to really get out of control. This is the spawn rate, so it means that like we're currently seeing 216, I think it was, per minute. And then it ramps all the way up to 706 huge ones a minute. 400% asteroids will be a while before you get there. This is me just sending the Prometheum ship, a slightly modified Prometheum ship platform, deeper into towards the solar edge, just to see if it can get there. Because this platform's been pretty amazing, so it'd be cool to see how far it actually gets. At some point, I have a feeling it's going to have issues. Actually, let's come down to here. Time usage. 11. Where's it all going? 5. It's probably all going into, yeah, platforms. It's probably all going into the platforms. Because 11 is very high. I'm not seeing anything hugely, like, electric heat and fluid is nothing these days, which is cool. Transport lines, not using much. Oh no, there's heat network there. Oh, that's part of it. That's the group. Yeah, particles. Interesting. Why did I come down here for something? wish there was a way to... I do that? Uh-oh. Yep, there it goes. I had a feeling it was going to happen. It should, but isn't, throttling down. It's very interesting. That was on the other edge. That's only part of the throttle down. Wasn't enough firepower? Yeah. I'm sending... I built... Oh, that's loud. I built a second Promethean platform, and I sent it... Just threw it... I'm throwing it towards the edge of the... I'm throwing it towards the Shattered Planet, just to see how far it'll go. Oh, it was one of these. It was a railgun. 59,000. This is the only time it's really been out, by the way, as well. This hasn't been out to do anything. This is his first voyage out into space since I built it. I mean, it is a copy of this one, or near perfect copy of this one. I just gave it more railguns. I am intrigued, though. Why isn't this... Because D should be greater than... Oh, hang on. Hang on a minute. Here we go. See everything light up now. Yeah, the clock hasn't been running, unfortunately. I wish I spotted that sooner. Yeah, and so now that should be... Because these are off. There's a reason why I flipped them, because it was equivalent to it doing it. But yeah, that explains why the flight clock wasn't working. I mean, it's annoying because now I don't know how long it's been flying for. I suppose we can just, I can reset it, reset the clock. For the return journey, if it makes it for the return journey. But yeah, because it took damage, it's backed off the thrusters. I don't know if it'll be enough though. Like, it's... I can see stuff getting very close to the corners. Yeah, the stuff's still getting very close to the corners. How is this thing looking? Oh, you're not a Megabase. Ah, you're a... just a regular. Is it 23 seconds? Anyway, you log, go down there. And we get to the complicated issue with that one. Then I get to the complicated issue, even more complicated issue of the actual labs. Worried there aren't enough rocket turrets? Looks like there aren't enough firepower. Yeah, I mean... I'm not convinced it can actually get there. The reason I thought of it, as I say, was I just wanted to see how deep that platform can go, because it's collected 18 million plus change, or the original design from this one. Like, it's still got another 264,000 stored up, and then it's got 18 million more on Nauvis. What level is the SPM retrieval now with Space Age? A million science a minute is not impossible. There is this one. I actually grabbed this save. This is a really cool save. We might check this out in an hour's time or so, like in 40 minutes time. This one does 7 million science a minute. Will's one does, I think, 3 million science a minute. I should say that's ESPM because of the research productivity, which means that the labs have more productivity, making your effective science a minute a lot higher than your actual science a minute. So what that means is if I hover over here, I'm doing 66,000 science a minute, which in and of itself is absurd. But then, like my actual, yeah, 79,000 science, well, set it to 10 minutes, 74,000 science a minute, ESPM, and now my actual science a minute is, the true science a minute is 5,000 science a minute. I think I got there in the end. It was a struggle. So yeah, this number, so that, 73,000 ESPM and then 5,000 raw SPM. You're about to say, yeah. Because this database, all it can do through these belts is about 5,000. 5,000. I think 5,400 if you really... What is it? Yeah, 5,400? Something like that. In theory, it could go to 7,200 true SPM, but it can't do it. That looks suspiciously like the postal service is here. It is. The postman is here. A side note that I need to do, that I say need to do, that I would like to do, is a Promethean bunker, just to help stockpile it. Because putting them in chests is a little bit better than trains. Trains can only hold 128,000 at a time, whereas these can hold 24,000 per tile. And so the equivalent tiles of chests is a lot more dense than train. Don't know where I put it though. There goes the corner again. I was going to say, you don't have the... Oh, it actually maintains the kills. I'm thinking about slowing it down even further. I think rocket turrets on the edge are going to be what really, like, it needs a second layer of rocket turrets here to or something, like maybe like another 2 rocket turrets there at the bare minimum. That's what it needs.
Give them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
But what I want to do is that. I mean, yeah, it's going to slow it down more. You can see it slowing right down. It will get faster after the halfway point. Yeah, this is because that should have reached... yeah, see, we're now on the ramp up point. Really ramping up. Oh, I took out 4 then. That's why I went to 360. The slowdown's a little too aggressive. It's not aggressive enough. It should be more aggressive. It's just that the fuel pipe's here, so it can only do 1. I suppose I could shut off the oxidizer to that one. Then it would shut off the 2 outer ones. Or it could do it somewhere in the middle, or over here. Stage it over here in multiple ways. There's a few ways to do it. So loud. can't see anything either. Yeah, I think the railgun on the corner is just overworked. The corner railgun's a bit of a weird one because you do need a bit more angle, but at the same time, if it has having the angle all the way out to here means it's shooting stuff that doesn't really matter. Like just then. I could probably use some more railgun shooting speed as well. I think I can squeeze more out of it from memory. There is a limit though. I think it was 8. Railgun shooting speed 18 is sort of the point of diminishing returns. Anyway. Can actually tear these down. So we'll see if another alert comes up. Ah, more thingies. There it is. And we want that. It's somewhere about there. I mean, I suppose. Dang it. Ah, now I've lost the position. There. So now the substation lines up. So you now made the train stops inconsistent. I also have to figure out this mess. How am I going to figure out this mess? At the very least, trim a tile off it. Are you there? There's off by 1. Since always false filters we know are a thing. It should actually be equivalent. If I'm getting that right. Let me just confirm that. So you come into there, you come into there. One of the outputs, doesn't matter if it's left or right, just continues on. Just continues on. Alternatively, it goes into there, where it terminates. So yeah, that is the same. Oh, it's happened again. At some point this thing will run out of railguns. Yeah, it's only got 2 left. I don't really want to slow it down more, but I might have to slow it down more. It's interesting, it's specifically this side. Did I mention it's really loud? It's also interesting, it's always the right-hand side, it's never the left-hand side. I don't know if that's coincidence or asymmetry that's causing that. Either way, I'm just going to shut down 2 more. I would like it to actually succeed. I mean, the fact that it made it 1.8... 1.6 million, I can't oversell it. 1.6 million without needing to slow down is kind of impressive. Alrighty, next one done. I'll need to do like undergrounds and crap eventually. Yep. There was a bug for a while where it wasn't calculating correctly. I'm trying to remember the details. It was like it wasn't calculating correctly when you weren't focused on the platform. And I remember looking, I was like, I thought that was happening. That's bad. Oh, there you go. There's the other side. Just trimming down the other side a little bit. Yeah, I think the corners are what's going to really cause issues. Right, I need that to just slow down for a moment. Just keep the 2 going. I'm not going to slow it right down. That's kind of cheating. I just want to be able to see what I'm doing. I'll do it on this one. Like, what I might need to do is just pull it in and straighten it up like that. Can't go there. Might be okay. Yeah, it's okay. It can go there. It's doing 108 at the minute. Yeah, this thing is probably shooting too wide and needs to narrow up. How much Promethium? It's like all Promethium. Well, it's not all Promethium, but it's mostly Promethium now. It's just so much of it. It's just too bad you can't really do anything with it. It's so hard to store Promethium. So what are you? Metallic, all the way down. It's possible it's being hit by Promethium. Yeah, just like that. The problem is that it loses the ability to hit these by doing that. That's why I had them on that angle. And so now you run. This the problem with the long platform that I was talking about. Now you run the risk of an asteroid just slowly sliding in on an angle. Yeah, see, they're all getting past now. The lasers are doing good work to deal with it. But there's only so much they can do. Other than maybe power out. But I have a feeling something's going to come in on the side. It's also a bigger drain on the fusion, which... okay. Got plenty of cells. It might be okay. Might. Just to see where the destruction, where the railgun shots go. More laser damage. I need to build more base to do that. Oh, I need to build I need to upgrade this thing, because this is not really a capable science platform. Is there any bitrate to show detail? Yeah, that is true. I mean, if I upload VODs, then you'll be able to see it. Or you should be able to see it. Yeah, the streaming side, though, is kind of allergic to showing that. You're out of ammunition. Oh, you, how are you out? It's still backed up. Unless... because it chains with this one here. So, it's possible this one was taking all the ammo. I'm just keen to see it roll over the 2 million. $1981. I mean, I should really look away from it, because that makes the game run faster. Just a little bit of force build all the way down, like that. Nope, not. Nope. Want that one? No, I guess I get everything from that run, whether I want it or not. Where is it? There it is. 1992 million. It is now officially halfway. And it should have sped up. I didn't actually see if it sped up, because it's over the halfway point. It should get 10 kilometers a second faster. I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't see it. And it's only... I've only throttled down 4 extra engines. What do we want? That, you... Does it look like? Yeah. Metallic asteroid, oxide asteroid. Be interested to see 2.4. That's actually the huge metallic asteroid has a local minimum, and then it goes back up and then back down again. And then like the carbonic one goes up and down, back down again. But it kind of makes sense because it's basically all promethium and ice at the minute. If you can manage to make out the details. Yeah, there's a reason I had 10 in mind and I forget why. Oh, it meets in the middle. I halved it to get the average. As soon as I look away. As soon as I look away, something hits it. The watch platform never hits asteroids. It really is. So I have to throttle it down to 300. I might have to if, yeah, because it's, yeah. Fine, 2 more. I don't have any more spare railguns now, other than to cannibalize the middle. Could just straight up turtle it. I mean, I would like to get there sooner rather than later. Oops, scoop that tree. Alright, so we got the load. Really, really want the ability to see the last few seconds. Yeah, just like a replay. Alright, so... Science pack. Load. There's also a whole bunch of logic that I need to do to this, and I have no idea how to do said logic. Mainly because I haven't really experimented with it. Suppose I could just have a train sit there. I'd just have a train always sit here, no matter what. Not an effective use of time, though. Because to distribute to lab builds, I might need to grab a loco. It's the part that I've never really used with the train stop interrupts and things. And so I don't I only superficially know how they work because I've only really glanced at it. Where you can send a train via circuit signal to tell it where to go. I'm just not sure how to break the circuit dispatch a train by circuit signal depending on because it needs to depend on its contents. Like if you have like 4 blocks of labs, and A needs blue and B needs red, it needs to know what is on each train to tell it whether to go to A or B. Hey King, how you doing? That's a lot of science packs raining down. Oh yeah, I think I was confusing myself with the GPU producer with the foundation producer. because they're both Aquilo things. It's interesting. I originally had a 4 EM plant producer originally. I was like, and then I was like, yeah, that seems like too much. But these days, it feels like I probably should be doing a 4-way one. Yeah, this thing's problem is it's too small though. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I was confusing with the foundation because this one doesn't have the problem where it gets stuck. As blue circuits can get it when it's requesting blue circuits, it can get stuck. On Nauvis, but it's better now than it used to. Or Fulgora on the superconductor sticks. That seems to be the biggest problem with these things. Is they're more difficult to make products. This thing eats stone so fast, it can't get away. Had this issue 6 months ago? They might have fixed it recently? Is that the one where it's sort of stuck infinitely requesting? The problem with this one is that, like, you see it going up 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 15, 16, 16. Yeah, it just keeps requesting more and more and more. Like, it can't escape the request. Because it keeps queuing up more. And then, because of the irregularity of the requests on the rockets, because the bots are delivering it, it just sort of ties it up forever. So what trains you? I will need a proper calcite system eventually. What's the other one? Oh, you. Oh, that's a headache that I need to do. Disable the insert. Yeah, that's the easy way to do it. I've just been too lazy to, to actually do it. The other way that I fixed it was Aquilo. I built this to launch the lithium plate. Yeah, it is, as Megabase says, it's launch faster. So I fixed the Aquilo problem by building this launch facility. For Goro, I built a second battery of rockets, which helped dramatically. Vulcanus, it always was not an issue. That the triangle and beam launcher system has been there forever, and is still going strong. It's only 284%. What do you got? Oh, just rare ones. A flat timer? Yeah, the problem is that if it's requesting something and it never quite satisfies, it just gets stuck in a loop forever because it keeps requesting more and more and more. Unless you have some kind of token that you can communicate with either circuit logic or a token on the platform to communicate with the planet to stop it from launching more, and so the orders can override it. Like, because I'm using the go condition is it greater than 4K? But you see, it can't go because it's now satisfied because it's still waiting for 10,000 plate. And as it goes down, and this is why as King says, you disable the inserter, because as it goes down, then it adds another 250 to it. So it's going down, going down, going down. And it just went up again. 1250. And yeah, it'll just sort of linger on those requests. 1500. 1250. 1000. 1250. I can't decide if it's sending them or not. Yeah. Again, you disable these inserters or disable the machines while it's waiting for a request. Can you actually read contents? You can read speed. From and to, but you can't read requests. But yeah, but it's at the same time, it you can read moving from and moving to, and so when it's equal to, well, you know, when any planet is equal to 3, you can just disable production. At the same time, it is the only reason I haven't done it is because when I was building the accumulators on Fulgora, it was handy having it sitting over Fulgora, just constantly crafting and dropping stuff. It did work out in its favor there because Fulgora was launching up stone, which in turn was making more more foundation to then continue building the foundation for the accumulators. So it sort of worked out there by not disabling. What are you at? 2.2 million now. So that's where my sort of reluctance to actually change it comes from, is that, yeah, it's kind of inefficient, it gets stuck in a loop, but it will fall out of it eventually because it will just, like, it will consume all of something. See, it's consumed all the carbon fiber, so now it'll satisfy its request and then move on to Gleba. Disable it for 10 seconds. That's true, yeah. Every time the value goes up, just temporarily disable it. That's what I was looking for, this thing. Yeah, you can read requests. So, like, read the requests, and then no, you can only read contents and requests. Like, do one salvo and then lock out any further salvos. So, like, if I was to do it here, I'd have one that reads the request looking specifically for the tungsten beams. And then, once the first launch happens, then lock out any further launches, like disable the inserters or something. Maybe for like 10 seconds, and then 10 or 15 seconds, then resume. Ideally, there would be, if there was enough silos to launch everything it needs all at once, it shouldn't be an issue. Especially if it's a number. That's actually another point as well. If I was requesting a number that was only slightly over a rocket's capacity, so if I requested like 16,001, it's got to send another 250, 500 carbon fiber. I forget what the rocket stack is. 100. It has to send an extra 100, which means it needs to chew through 100 before it requests any more. 500, sorry, not 100. That's the stack size. I might have read the wrong one. I think it's better with, I think the best way to do it is with strategic requests, like just requesting a teeny bit more. So it has to, so the silos has to send that extra stack. And that just delays the crafting consumption. Alrighty. I don't foresee this being a serious railway network. For some reason that spacing feels wrong. Poor bots. I say poor bots, I'm not that concerned about them. Out there should be more than enough. side. There. I could probably actually put it there. Actually, my speedrunners do odd requests like that, either just under or just over the rocket capacity. That makes sense. I've been meaning to look at what Anti and Nephrons have been doing for Space Age speedruns, because I've been kind of curious how you speedrun Space Age. Oh, that actually lines up. That's amazing, that is. I'm all about that. It's handy because it can pass a wire down too. It's also questionable whether or not I should be bothering to put all those signal blocks in. But eh. Okay, you don't actually line up. Alright, let's just nom some trees. How's your Fulgora working? It is probably idle at the minute. But it has been doing its thing. Actually, how long's that got? 12 minutes. Could do some more Fulgora-based research. The accumulator experiment is it's been a thing. Oh, it's 327 now. Oh, there's a lightning. I was saying at the beginning, like, generation with lightning is not a problem. Does not need 4 terawatts. It's silly. I should get up to like 7 terawatts. I'm pretty sure the true was like 20 gigawatts or something. Yeah, these are all base quality accumulators. Oh, ads. Ooh. More accumulators all the time. You can see now. Yeah, so we've got my 2 experiments that I set up for collecting lightning and storing the energy. Storing is the conclusion was the storing was the problem. Collecting is not an issue, because lightning strikes once every 10 seconds per chunk. So the collector, any neighboring chunks the collector will just grab that it covers. Why not fusion? I was just curious to see what it looked like. I wanted to see the performance difference as well. I do have fusion, a little fusion, but I was curious if long-term Fulgora lightning strategy was actually practical. So yeah, I got 2 competing blueprints being tried out. This one's made legendary, the other one's made a base. I've only got a third of what's required. It needs just over almost 1.1 terajoules to run the entire base properly. So yeah, that's an in-progress little experiment. Was that 4, 8, 12? The thing that made me curious of it was apparently it's better for UPS to go down that path than to use Fusion. See, so now I need to know which is actually better. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many do I need? It's 4, 8, 12, 3. It doesn't actually need to be that far apart. And eat. And yurt. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, 30 mega. Was it megawatts per tile or per chunk? Either way, it was actually a lot. Fortunately, it goes over the top of that. It doesn't do anything. Tile, sorry. Somehow I read the two at once and Listexia'd that quite badly. Alright, where's the other one there? There's no logical sense for me to actually do this, but I'm doing it anyway. Elevator rail. You can't turn off lightning, but you can, yeah. I mean, it's always there no matter what, and accumulators are near zero, like, because, you know from solar already, it's a near zero cost component. Not going to go too crazy. I say not going to go too crazy with the signals as I go crazy with the signals. It shouldn't need like huge throughput like in the olden days. Now, the thing that piqued my interest was apparently Fusion is just bad for UPS, was the claim. And I was like, why is that the case? That makes no sense. Like, it doesn't consume fuel when it's not doing anything. I suppose it is two fluid box entities, but it's not like nuclear, which has a lot more going on inside it. Why are you running? T's probably too high if I was to hazard a guess. Read fuel and temperature. Steam's at 11k, temperature 760. It probably should be like 600. Yeah, I made legendary nuclear just because I can. Do like as much as fusion. This is equivalent to like one full-size fusion that I have. Actually, a full-size legendary fusion, like this one, is I think 18 gigawatts. 13. Oh no, that's a slightly smaller one. I have a giant donut one. That's what I would have thought, but as I say, the claim was that it was actually quite bad. And I was very confused by that claim. And so, yeah, and that's what led me down the path of checking out the solar. Oh, not the solar, the lightning collector. I wanted to see how good it was, and then the next step was, if it's viable, then what happens if you put it into a practical map? 2.5. Yeah, it's two fluid blocks interactions because it's the coolant and the plasma. The thing that tripped me up is that, so the fuel, unlike nuclear, which it always burns fuel, fusion doesn't always burn fuel. Like, it stops when it doesn't need to consume. Yeah, these are all two fluid boxes as well. Oh, I have this vague recollection of a conversation about this. About the two fluid box situation. I don't remember what the conclusion was, though. The thing is that a nuclear is also... not really. It's more entities. Like, this is also two fluid boxes, because boiler and all. But then you also got the turbines, which is more. And then the nuclear isn't great either way. I mean, fusion has to be better than this. See the Prometheum ship? Yeah. So it is just hanging out here. It's fully stonked on Prometheum, and Nauvis can't take any more. So it's gone idle. I built a second one. It's a little bit throttled down, but it's having a bit of an adventure as we go into the bitrate madness. It's more than halfway to the Shattered Planet at the minute. What does the graph look like? I'm curious. Yeah. Just going to keep seeing more and more and more Prometheum asteroids now. Or huge Prometheum. And they're not wrong. There is a lot of them. I ain't kidding. You can see the change in, when I rotated that railgun, there's a change in what it's doing down the side. Like, this side is completely cleaned out of stuff coming down the side, whereas this one, it's got huge asteroids going down the side. The thing that I worry about is when it... How the heck do I have 60? I mean... Looking at it, this definitely makes the UPS go down. It is definitely taking a hit. Let's see, update of 14. So go back to Nauvis, the update goes down to 11, 10, 11. So, like, the act of it running towards the Shattered Planet is not helping things. Alright, so... I feel like I made no progress somehow. I need to decide on what I want for the actual labs. We need one of these. Of course, I'm going to fully beacon this thing. Something like that. It should be... That feels wrong. You know, you just look at something and you're like, it feels wrong. That's better. I don't like the spacing, but I'm not sure how else to do it. Probably just put a legendary Kajiga on, like that. Put it in the middle for consistency. Chuck in all of the packs. That. I like that. I'm probably going to have to edit those. It's so annoying. When you get like a big inventory there, it crushes down the other windows in a really annoying way. I could say do electric damage, but I don't want to. That'll be processor. Do I want belt based? No. Every time I test this, bot based science is always the way to go. Every time it wins, and by not a small margin. I had a bunch of empty requests. Yeah. I just converting into a normal one also works. Trash and buffer. That's what I wanted. Nearly forgot again. Yeah, that way I can trash the mold. Actually, belts are generally better, but for some reason belts with labs is worse. I don't exactly know the reason why. I could have actually bunched those close together. Oh, yeah. Spoil output's there now. I think it comes down to a combination of things. If I run that there, like if you go through a lab, you got inserters looking at a long line, at a lot of inserters looking at a long line. Because they're grabbing from a long line, you now have a lot of gaps, which adds to the drain. If you don't have a long line and instead do splitter stubs, which splitter stubs are actually meant to be better than, they're typically better than a long line to minimize gaps. And then, you know, a splitter stub also doesn't work out nicely. I think, again, because it's just the sheer number of them. It just adds up. I test this in, I haven't tested in Space Age, I confess. And I suspect that after I finish here, I'm probably going to go test it. Even with a clock, it still doesn't help it. That looks like a bot delivery to belts. I'm pretty sure that is indeed bot delivery to belts. which is also problematic. It's convenient, don't get me wrong, it is amazing. But it is a bit of a problem. How are you doing? 2.7 million. Yeah, and there's also the checking as problematic. Yeah, I'm going to check, do my dig up my standard test and check afterwards. Alright, you. Just braining what I want. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Could probably use buffer chests actually. The trick is, by alternating the chests, the bots prefer one over the other. And that means you don't end up with, in a bot sandwich situation, then you don't end up with this weird distribution where like the corners are drained but the center isn't. Uh, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 8. Something like that. Ah, that side's taking damage now. That's getting real close. Alright then. Just slow you down for a minute. And give it the same treatment. If I can hear anything over the racket. So much promethium. It's kind of pointless actually going out this far. Like, it looks attractive, but it's really not worth. How is the railgun's keeping up? The rockets are keeping up too. Rockets are like my biggest concern was falling short on production, and it's not happening. Would be nice to drain those out. It's just a sea of red. Alright. Throttle up again. Yeah, it just means it's not dealing with, like, by not pointing at the side, it's not cleaning out the asteroids that are the huge asteroids that aren't really a threat. Is it going to kill it? It might just barely. 900, 800, 700, 600, 500, 400. Oh, what is it? 322. Very close. Really need some more laser damage to take it out. Alright, I think it's okay for now. Yeah, see It's not getting as close. I mean, it's still getting close, but it's not getting as close. Not that you'll be able to make out anything in this nonsense. Anyway. Share. One more. One more. One more. Maybe a second row. And that would probably be the limit of a lab build. It feels like... I would like to bring the second ones closer, but I don't know if I can. As I try and stall while I try and stall with words for something I'm trying to do. Alright. Ah, more mining productivity. Unless that actually does something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need actual labs. It's funny because I actually did this once already, except I did it for 242, like the smaller trains that I am using, and it was meant to be like a trial run, and then I changed my mind. I was like, let's just go big. All right, let's not, in fact, trash everything that's in my pockets. I've actually got to finish up soon too. Yep, more modules. Never hurts. Yeah, so you should be 16 beacon, 16 beacon. Yeah, 14 beacon. You're still 16 beacon though. Oh, you know what? It's probably getting it from there. If I was to do like that, and slide it down one. Are we back? I think we're back. I think I'm being. I think something's encouraging me to wrap it up. If it's starting to die like that, if the bitrate's starting to die in a hole. Yeah, I could do that to compress it down, but it's sort of just trading. It's really just trading length for width. And I could instead tighten up the width instead of, and you know, keep it at that length, and instead slim it down much more, so the bots aren't going as far down as they need to, or as they currently are. What that would look like, though, you'd be bringing it in like that. Like, it still needs to be beacon aligned there. Do you... I can't tell if that's 16 or not. I gotta figure out how many labs go in a single build as well. I might have to do a little bit of testing. That way, you know, it can take trains and not be overburdened. Yeah, it's still 16. I do have a bit of a blind spot for lab speed calculations. I mean, that's just consistently the same. It's probably the same until I just slide it like that to finish it off. Could pop it in the middle there, and then mirror the top and bottom. Oops, like that. Does that accomplish anything though? Other than drop that to 14 and 14. I don't think that really... I don't think that's helpful. Bits ID. I don't know exactly yet. I was saying at the beginning, this kind of thing needs the circuit network orders, and that's something I haven't spent a lot of time really figuring out. So I don't know what that's going to look like. Do I have an example? Yes, you. Like, there might actually be a... No, it's not there. There should be something... Ah. I think this one was the closest I got to experimenting with it. Or at least maybe not here. It was like, oh, there, yeah. The circuit wire go to, and it needed like... I was curious about sending it 2 signals, but no, you can only send it 1. I know that much so far, which means that there's a limit to how many stops there are. Not you. So a train stop. Oh, it's not that limited, really. You can use anything in any of these pages. You can use as a symbol. It's just that you're gonna like if you use physical items, you're gonna have a collision with the rest of the network, or the other interrupts. So that won't work. Unless you prefix it with something, but I don't remember that working consistently. Like you have something, then the symbol, then something, but I don't remember that working consistently and reliably. Like it started to do strange things if it wasn't first. But yeah, like you could. This entire page is free to use. These are all free to use. These are all free to use. There's maybe not those. Any of the recipe icons are free to use. Not if you use quality. That is true, yeah. That is true. You know, you can even make these quality. So I suppose that gives extra layers. The circuit control ones seem to work best with circuit signals. That's what I was trying to think of. On that note, it's 3/4 of the way there. Someone failed at white space. It's more, Not 100% sure on the logic. It probably doesn't help that I was trying to do something specific. Like I was trying to fix this train. Yeah, that's right. That one? Yeah, this one. It was trying to send the train to the circuit symbol. Where is it? Send to train. S of 1. Yeah, it's sending 1 to it. You can also have... that's right. When I got to this, the issue that I ran into was signal pollution would confuse it. So reading signals out of this... yeah, reading stop train, you can't do anymore when you're sending to it. It does annoy you that they don't let you use signals by value and not just by type for the interrupts. Yeah, value would be very handy. There's a lot of little things that would be really handy, and you can see where there's just all kinds of limitations in the interrupt system. Wow, that's old. That is a very old smelter. Actually, that might be... No, that's not it. Just thinking there might be an old... Oh, wow. That's old thinking. There's those things. There's... It's kind of like a blast from the past, this thing. This map. This is where all my blueprint testing goes. There's the... for those who have never seen it, that's this is the source of the Make Everything blueprints. So... all of the blueprints before 2.0 and even sort of somewhat including 2.0, this is where all the blueprints exist. Even the weird ones that don't normally come with the book. I think those are in the extended book. That was a monstrosity. Sort of do by value and include a check signal for the wire cards. Yeah, with the circuit one, I think there was more potential, but it's just logic. Annoying logic that still needs to be done. Should really fix this one day. Do I not have access to it? Did I not keep it? I mean... I might not have kept it. I was thinking there was like a stone... Not stone. That's because I saw the smelter. I was thinking I had the lab test in this save, but I obviously don't. I was gonna check the saves, but I don't think it's there. But yeah, this is the circuit thing that I've been working on. The idea is the idea of this thing was that it's meant to step through each of the supply stations and dispatch the train to it. The problem is it's got to dispatch to each station and then return, go to the next one. It's got to walk through them, go to the next one, step up, go to the next, step up, go to the next. And I'm not a huge fan of that. I suppose in that situation I could have multiples of these trains. Like I don't need one. I could have as many as I like, which is good. But it's... yeah... It's the things that I'm having to do to work around the change in behavior of turning off train stops. Disabling train stops is really annoying. Because this thing depended on train stops behaving in that way, and it doesn't do that anymore. But anyway... you can also have several loading stations ticking independently. Yeah, that is true as well. Like, I would probably still need something to orchestrate who is loading for... like, arbitrating who is loading for which destination. so that I don't end up with collisions. Like two trains trying to service the same destination at the same time. Or they could automatically divide up their workload or something. I would probably just stick... This thing normally doesn't need more than one, so I'd probably just stick to one and have it wrangle around. Programmable trains. That's a old one, isn't it? Ah, bright light. Made logistics supply system already do that kind of station ticking in time division multiplexing. Good old time division multiplexing. Dynamic naming of train stops on one or both circuit signals. Prefix station name with input on both wires. Oh, okay. This is a really old mod, isn't it? I mean, this is for 2.0, but I'm pretty sure this is a very old mod. I remember dynamic train stop names like train stop limits and things. Have that problem. I was just about to say I need to end. Just load. I'm not going to save it. This save. The bots are moving so. Why are they moving so slow? Oh yeah, because it's space age, so everything's reset. In that case, what happens if I enqueue all these? It's interesting that the quality module's already there. Oh, red green's already there too. Yeah, and that one's only partially done. Oh yeah, these are all the added ones. Just instantly does them. It's just boom, done. Belnex still here? It's probably in some form or another. Yeah, the reason why I came to this one was that I need to get this thing up and running again. We actually got power, yeah. I mean, this thing's ancient now. It does the time division multiplexing, but it does it in a very crude way. I could do a lot better now. Mainly because of the red-green selectability means you can save like 2 ticks or something. You can make the whole thing a lot faster. But yeah, eventually this thing's meant to solve... I had a few ideas and I just never got around to fixing it. Because this relates to the lab circuit dispatching. Like it's meant to dispatch trains to stops as it needs, or at least release them as it as the input demands. This thing's entirely redundant now too. Like this was built to deal with the pipe inefficiencies, and it's just not necessary anymore. As a bit of a side note, I would like to revisit this save and add, at the very least, elevator rails to it. I don't know about quality, because quality kind of destroys the base. So I would like to migrate this to 2.0 at some point. This will probably be after... oh, that's running hard. This will probably be after the space age base, though, so it'll be quite a while away. Or maybe in parallel, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll just look at this once a week or something. There is a way to get something like a skip on disable functionality back, but it's a bit involved. Okay. But anyway, I need to end now. I'm actually 20 minutes over. I need to get out of here, get things done. Think about food. It's almost dinner time. So yeah, thank you for watching, hanging out, all that good stuff. Appreciate you being here, as always. Next week, I do want to sit down onto the workbench. We've got some capacitors to solder and maybe dive deeper into some 70s era switch mode power supply. I do like the workbench stuff. I mean, it's not gaming, it's a bit different, but it's worth checking out. So that's probably going to be next Wednesday, and then it'll be Factorio Friday again. I don't know what else is going to happen during the week. I'm not sure what's happening Monday. So Monday may or may not be more captive industry. It's a bit up in the air. As I say, I'm not sure. But that's next week. That stuff. You can keep an eye on... I'll keep you informed on Discord. As I make a long pause to try and type a command. So there's Discord there. VODs will go onto YouTube. Unfortunately, I've fallen way behind on the VODs. I've been meaning to do... I've been wanting to sort out the Captain of Industry stuff, and the rest of the Timberborn stuff still hasn't gone through. But unfortunately, there's just been a lot of little annoying things come up. Condensers, not capacitors, though. Could be wrong. Yeah, condenser's more of a post-war and older. It's more of a oil and paper capacitor when they say condenser. By the 70s, you're into... when you're into capacitors, I mean, you still got your paper and oil, which is something that I forgot about and also need to look into. But I'll save that for when the time's right. By the 70s, you have your standard polyester, polystyrene, ceramic, and so on that you would have of modern times, now times. You have a few precursor to modern times, like the ceramic disc capacitors, which are sort of a distant relative of the modern surface mount multi-layer ceramics. I digress. Blueprint of your lab setup? Okay, I'll check that out later tonight. And also benchmark and post the results as well. Oh yeah, the wax capacitors. Yeah, that's definitely like 40s and older wax capacitors. I always have to check my notes because there's so many types of capacitors. I think those are on the instant bin list from memory. Because those have... I think those were the ones that have a tendency to catastrophically break down over time, over a long service life. But anyway, as I say, I'm trying to end, so I'm going to leave it there. So thank you all very much, very, very much for watching, hanging out, follows, and subs. Very much appreciated. And... other than that, thank you for watching, and I shall see you next time, and bye-bye for now.